Hello, Silo, Squirrel Wizard. Hello, Slugx. I apologize. Yes, we are late today because of, let's just say some bad choices. And, let us also say that the, result of some bad choices... Well, you see, speaking of bottles, one of those bad choices was bringing home some glassware in, a paper bag while it was raining. The paper bag failed, right at my front door. And let's say now my living room is not only covered in, a liquid I still need to mop up, but there is now glass shrapnel all over my living room. And thus that is I decided to sleep that off for a minute. And I overslept. No. The fancy lemonade I got, he's still on the floor. I did. I threw some towels on that. Yeah, needless to say, I felt kind of dumb. Well,
For more lemonade.
I swear to God it is. I don't actually drink. I hate the taste of alcohol. But thank you graciously, Bloodhusk. Thank you very kindly for that. That is about 5 minutes, though, for folks coming on down. Oh, no. That is very much a frustrating moment, I imagine. But yes, I swear I'm trying not to be loosey-goosey with my sleep schedule. December's just a little busier than expected. And, yeah. Spinning all the plates has been fun. Hello, DOS. Coming at incredibly fast terminal velocity. No. Beat. Thank you graciously for the donation, my dude. Oh, right, there's a UAC shelter. Right. This is true. It could have been far more valuable. I think it's Smalls and... yeah, Deep and Hot. So it's a Darkling mission. Rum. Bobo is equipped again. At least 3 people are writing, so I do need to work on that. We're gonna be in a close quarter situation anyway. Gonna need someone to carry a torch. Oh wait, we have the infinite laser pistol. You could use Scorchy for right now. Scorchy is cool. This should be more than sufficient. Into the shelter we go. Actually, one quick second. You know what? Probably want to grab one quick thing. Okay. That should probably help for a bit. Into the dark, boys. As one would say, is cannon ammo strictly needed for this? No. Not to kill rats. But it's incredibly fun. They are Gobbies. The Gobbies are gobbin. And the lad drops another. Wants to ensure the entirety of chat is filled up with those flags. Thank you graciously there, Dragon House. Oof, that's a lot of free rats that could have been monster huntered. Ah well, is what it is. I've been noticing a distinct lack of drones. So, Egon, there is commendations in this game, and one of the commendations is that if you kill a monster-type enemy in close range, aka with a melee weapon, you will build progress what is called the Monster Hunter commendation. And the Monster Hunter commendation gives you very nice things. The animated Lord of the Rings, or rather the animated Hobbit movie, has a special place in my heart because it's one of the first few animated movies I can remember watching as a kid. Finally, a light source over there. It means that we're about to stumble on one of the drones. I probably watched a Disney movie first from back in the day, but I remember the Batchkey stuff more distinctively. Though, on a not-so-cool level, the first animated thing I know I ever saw is Fooly Cooly and Neon Gellion when I was like 8-ish. Because my father was into some very weird things, and I was way too young to be watching that. And yet, I was allowed to anyway. Oh, Jesus. Zephyr dropping it like it's hot. We are indeed gifted. Thank you graciously, my dude. And then Slegex dropping it like it's hot. Oh god. Bina can't stop dancing! Bina keeps spinning! Goodness gracious. Thank you graciously. Holy shit. People being absolutely kind today. They haven't been kind for the past while, and I still deeply appreciate that. Holy shit. May be the season, but still. Also, thank God Bubbo had their shields on. No, that didn't sound right there, Kuroda. Hold on a sec. Oh, I might have to cut my way through here. That explains a thing or two. I can sympathize with having shit memory, my dude. Well, I'm happy this time I got to pop the discount thing before anyone started dropping stuff. Because Twitch is damage system I keep using those, so may as well put them out there. Also, Orosuki Doji. I am not exactly sure what that is. Did you get pranked, my good sir? Oh, I should have brought a spare battery. Oh no. Lodos is actually pretty damn cool. Oh no. So yeah, it is kind of like getting Boku no Pico. That's... ouch. My condolences, truly. Holy shit. At least I got the weird psychological horror. And not a bad little selection to start with. Vampire Hunter D is like, what, near the end of cell shading? It is a tragedy. It is a tragedy we have not recovered from, but by God, is it beautiful. And nothing wrong with that. I think some of the early mainstream anime I was watching was that I had some Dragon Ball at the time, but I was also a big Naruto guy. I don't think anyone is surprised to hear that one. I kind of grew out of it, though. Choo-choo indeed. Thank you again graciously, lads, for that hype train. My cousin was big into Inuyasha. That was a big thing that they liked. Do I have spare fusion battery cells? Oh, shit. I have debt charges. Note to self, make sure I have more fusion charges in the future. Because we're going to need to go blast mining. A lot of blast mining. We're already out. Shit. Yu Yu Hakusho on the GBA, I know what you're talking about. That one was actually really good. Evangelion is very much a whoa, look at the vibes kind of anime. Because it's kind of a case of some people argue it's a story about adolescence and the struggles that come with that. Another camp is under the disposition of belief where, it's a story about, overcoming, struggle. It very much has some manner of abuse, heavily featured in there. But yeah, it's a very artsy type of anime, so it is very much a what did you get out of it kind of setup. I would say that anime has less fallen off. There are definitely still some good numbers. I definitely would agree, though, that some of it has gotten a bit creatively sterile. And that's the problem. There's less hardcore bangers out there, like... We don't have a Trigun that really is... Well, I mean, we do have a Trigun. I heard it's not bad, but it's like... It's not... Honestly, yeah, like... Actually, Cinderella Grey is... unironically one of the better animes out there. Oh, yeah, no, sorry, what I meant by that back at the time, Vibroso, is that, at the time, I couldn't get that armor because of the challenges I had. I couldn't get advanced medicine. Termicatter has been in the game for a while. Just because I couldn't get advanced medicine because it was not attached to the zombie database at the time, I had to do the entire last mission in Stormcat. No, you're all good, dude. I appreciate you looking into it and being like, you don't have to do that. You don't have to suffer. You are aiming to reduce the suffering. Therefore, you have my appreciation. Where the fuck am I supposed to go? It's turn 22 and I still can't figure out where to go, and I've been trying to blast through the walls here. Oh, I destroyed the floor. Well, fuck. Hold on. Wait, that's a light source up there. Oh, fuck me. I wonder if the... Fuck. I mean, we did have to cut through there anyway, so it makes sense. But it's like, I wonder if I needed to get through there specifically. But no, we had to cut into those stairs, so it may very well be the case that we needed to have continued cutting in that direction, so to speak. Yeah, the light sources. Oh my god. Oh, fuck off. There's a diagonal right there, which means that may have been the way forward the entire time, and I wasted all my fusion torch fuel and several sticks of explosive just trying to get in. Good times. Hey, Brass, welcome, welcome. Well, at least we know the way forward, which is what's important here. If I'm lucky, cannon munitions can punch through, so let's hold out hope that we're not screwed, because my door cutting tools don't work right now. But I legit didn't see the diagonal, so that's a little frustrating. Speaking of, I should test to see if AP munitions will do the trick. If that don't work, use C4. I don't have a Hellfire, I believe. What I do have is a Panzerfaust. The problem with the Panzerfaust is that there's no room to clear backblast on this one. Or the blast zone. Nope, ain't gonna clear. Where? I want to try and place this correctly, so... I don't think anyone's hurt, but I just dropped a fucking RPG to no effect. Damn it. Wait, hold on. Oh, that unit is trapped now. Fuck.
What have I gotten myself into? I'll see if I've got any more tools. I have more rockets, so arguably I've completely T-boned that door into a working state, so to speak. Well, actually, first things first, I think I did a quick save, yeah. Yeah, so I need to go grab more RPG and make sure that my person is not stuck in a wall. I might just be hard screwed, because I don't think I got anything that actually, I don't think I got anything that actually will, play nice here. Well, again, I thought that the fucking way was blocked rather than a diagonal. It's not the first time that map generation has, shall we say, played nice.
I really hope I have a hammer of some kind.
Just remember who I am, Smarty Pants.
Hello, Jagan. Welcome, welcome. Dragon Ass muttering some animu ass shit. A chainsaw won't do it. I don't think ret plasma's gonna do it. Are you playing Fallout 2 modded? Well, the dynamite is 86 base and extra destruction. Oh. That's putting holes in the floor. Yeah. Kraken Cannon, I don't foresee doing it. Unloaded. I thought that... So the problem is that I unloaded all of my ordnance right about somewhere like here, because I thought the map generation broke, when the way forward was this one diagonal tile I didn't see over here. Which is what leads to the core of the issue. I brought the fusion torch specifically to deal with that problem, and I thought that the map broke. All I have to say is, I really hope this has the penetration power. Well, the walls on the side are apparently weaker, so,
This wall or this wall are gonna have to do. If all else fails, I have the rocket launcher. I will put a fucking hole through that bunker. And if that don't work, well, them's the breaks. Sometimes we make stupid decisions and we pay for it. Look, we are filled with a proper piratey fighting spirit. It matters.
Somebody hide me.
Hey, it's good bravery for training people too, actually, so that's nothing to frown on. That's,
You're really rubbish at this. This is hard. Just remember who I am. Go sit down for a while.
I don't think it's punching through. Hello, Shira. Right, backblast clear. Yeah, well, shit. That is effectively me hitting all those tiles with a rocket. Yeah. That's unfortunate. Well, due to user error, we're RTB. And yeah, the skulls actually are useful to us. I think it is blowing up things above, but I can't get up there because I wasn't allowed to take flying armors to this one, so, Bears fair, to put it bluntly. That was already dropped, but that was also, like, back on turn 1. This isn't the only UAC shelter. It's not that big of a deal to have lost it, quote-unquote.
I don't think you're happy enough. I'll teach you to be happy.
Ah! It's because they're a little inconsistent with what's ally and what isn't right now. I think they're trying to move over everything being ally, but until it is, it's a case of... yeah, the turrets being kind of just automatic fire in your favor. It means they get a shot on the turrets, but honestly, it's not the worst thing in the world. It means they'll walk into position and your allies don't waste their turn just waiting for enemies to show up. That does matter quite a bit. Cough, cough, battle tech. And I mean, yeah, Mr. Badass. Everyone's named after a Gobby. You don't think that, you know, they aren't short-stacked little devils? You can 100% have Slayers or Repentia if that's your thing. All crews accounted for. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. Street Fighter, Bobo to the 4th. Professional, Slug X to the 6th. Bane of Beast, Neb to the 1st. Bane of Beast, Bobo to the 2nd. Super Size, Neb to the 8th. Dragon House to the 6th. Master of the Saber, Bobo to the 3rd. Dragon House to the 6th. I mean, what's quiet about this game? It's rather quite loud. Activities commercial. You've learned the inside and outs of all commercial activities. You become a street legend. Goliath Dream Relay. The device is located on top of a pyramid, inside of an undersea town where the Deep Ones are living in a very unusual way, as sedentary farmers and laborers. The place is ruled by Aquatoids. Destroying the relay will frustrate their control network, delay their plans for world domination, bring us a lot of infamy, but it'll also earn us their attention, which most people would rate as a foolish idea. There are several ways to do that. The broad strokes. The best tank girl game you're never going to get. Mad Max for the lasses. It is entirely viable to be a naked Amazonian woman armed with a chainsaw running towards and successfully killing Nazi soldiers by cutting them in half with said chainsaw. Egon's also got a pretty good description as well. That is a very interesting mission indeed. It actually has a... I guess another way of describing it is, come on down for the sex appeal, stay for the actually very deep gameplay. I actually didn't know about that first part until I kind of dove in, so to speak. But yeah, it takes place after a theoretical bad ending, where the aliens won Earth. Would 3 people do it? Honestly, yeah, I think 3 people will do it. Right, we can only use rend ammo down here. And I have no source of personal healing, but there shouldn't be anything that should hurt us down here. Also, behold, we're an actual power armor for this. This is a mission a little bit too dangerous to just send our Gobbies on. So it's time for their gnomes in their deep mining outfits.
I mean, yeah. Little gray bastard's gonna be a smug little fuck. Show him the power fist. Sonic gun, sonic gun. Yeah, you're not surviving that encounter. Fuck, I messed that up. Ammo is actually a little precious, so I don't want to waste too much of it. That's weird, because I'm not sure that it's I don't think that shooting allies should get you your experience that you're hoping for. But maybe that's because it's a quote-unquote non-lethal attack, it still works if you're shooting them with blunt heads. But it sounds like you're shooting them with lethals, so... Good question on that one. Ah! Then in that circumstance, yeah, it's 100% fair game. Sonic gun. It's definitely a clever way of solving that problem. Actually, it's a pretty piratey solution, not gonna lie. It's an early way of getting your just stats up without it being super risky to your dudes. And you only get penalized if someone dies, so there you go. Ammunition reserves holding for now. It's Space Hulk. Underwater! Bit more shrapnel than I would have liked to have thrown downwind for that one. Armor integrity is holding for now, but that's starting to get a little low for my tastes. It's still technically an elimination as far as I'm aware of. You just captured the dude instead of killing the dude. Oof, shooting up is rough. Ammo reserves are starting to get low. I mean, ghosts are based off of emotional energy. So, you know, the most primal form of, beating somebody to death does require focused dedication. I think these are the relays. Hi, Mr. Gillman.
I'm just assuming those are relays, because the Devil's Reef missions require you to destroy objects like that. So I'm assuming it's something similar. But I could be wrong. Yeah, these are deep enviro suits. They can't hurt us in this. Your bow ain't gonna do shit. Is this kind of feeling like a full-length mission? Holy hell. To be fair, that's a big-ass, you know, industrial drill. It's not a precision tool. Where are we going? Walls are thick. I ain't drilling through them, and these are industrial grade, like, cutting tools. Oh, that's just some loop-de-loop bullshit. Oh, fuck me. Drill is 100 stabbing, and it has a terrain modifier penalty. There's a bad guy. More heat coming up the chamber. Honestly, it makes sense to me why it would take XCOM so long to actually get a bow. I mean, why does XCOM need to requisition a bow of all things? Oh, huh. Last magazine. We're good here. Teleath artificial womb, biocomputer, Zerbrite reactor, hypno panels, a whole shit ton of them. Aquaplastics. Ah, I see. Teleath quests are not optional anymore. You need it for the nanosurgery. Only to research it, but that does matter. So no dependencies. One would hope the heavy plasma could. But at that point, if you're bringing a heavy plasma to the field, like, I think you're good. Scourge of Europe, Sarah to the 5th, Cannoneer, Codal to the 2nd, Sarah to the 3rd, Angel of Love, Oak to the 3rd, Angel of Death, Oak to the 4th, Ice Cold Killer, Sarah to the 7th, Industrious, Codal to the 1st, Blood Widow, Kodo to the 2nd, Black Widow, Kodo to the 5th, Psycho, Kodo to the 1st, Trigger Happy, Oak to the 6th, Bullet Magnet, Codal to the legendary degree, congratulations, Diver, Sarah to the 3rd, Master of the Gnome Cannon, Codal to the 1st, Oak to the 7th. What are you talking about? I'm selling sushi. Yeah, let's get that taken care of. If you want a Menace-class ship full of Zen Enforcers, I don't know how you'll get them all, but cultural relics. which is small races only. I should probably make the plastisteel variant of this thing, or its ammunition. The ammo is bought. Since it's another fusion torch recommendation, you can get the infinite ammo pistol. In X-Files, yes. In Pirates, it's less their background that determines where they... It's less attached to their background and more of attached to their race. Each race has different quirks and qualities. True. Cats are unique because they have 4 different kind of origins. There is Tourist, who is the basic cat unit. The Outlaw, which is typically more aggressive, but comes with some downsides because of it. There's the Warrior, who's martial trained, and then the Pilot, who's unique. We're still a far way off of nuke lasers, but we have the prerequisites to get nuke lasers going. We raided Siberia and won. A little too actiony for the moment. Oh, huh. Well, get your torch out already. Medbay, I believe. I forgot that the Gnome's heavy tactical armor is a large or a medium. Oh, fuck me, there's ghosts. Energy gun out now. On one hand, kind of thankful. Being naked like this means no charm damage. So they actually can't beat us. How do you kill that which is horny? You cannot. Well, again, not as likely as you think. Where is evasion of reaction 60% plus bravery 15. And gnomes tend to be both very brave and very reactive. So they actually have a really good dodge score. This is a mind effect.
I'm the new top dog, folks.
Also, spiders won't spawn down here. We have ghosts instead. I wish to kick them. Really? Yeah, negative 50 bravery. Which is funny, because I still have 160 bravery. By the way, that cluster's 3. I just hit them like 50 plus times and still didn't take them down. That's extremely rough. It seems like stabbing damage is just not an effectual damage type, honestly. I haven't run into anything where it's like, oh, hell yeah, you want to use stabbing for these guys specifically. Done. Look, if I kick them in the bum enough, they're gonna feel bad about life. Yup. The problem is, I only have one more shot of EP. Because he kind of has to keep his combat load light. I mean, I'm not super worried about Lochnar freshness. Lochnars have absurd amounts of it anyway. Electric pulse munitions. Ghosts unfortunately don't bleed. Honestly, the cutting damage is unironically gonna work better. Yeah, I've been kind of noticing. I'm planning on ditching aquaplastic ammunition after this because I don't think I've been satisfied with it like once over the course of a very long time. It's still one of those cases of, even if the stabbing weapon is good, it'd be better if it was something else.
I imagine. It's being sneaky. Well, very glad I brought a backup weapon for this. Otherwise, that would have sucked. And we did it all for a bunch of porn. Go us. Angel of Love, Brass to the 6th. Angel of Death, Neb to the 4th. Lightbringer, Brass to the 1st. Gal of Steel, Sarah to the 8th. E-Star to the 1st. Kirchan to the 2nd. Sleeping Beauty, Kirchan to the 3rd. Bullet Magnet, Brass to the 7th. Master of the Vibroblade, Slegex to the 1st. Master of Scorchy, Brass to the 1st. Yeah, you want to use energy-type weaponry if you want to get ghosts. It's just the unfortunate truth of the matter. I think it's also Darkling metals as well. Building new facilities over obsolete buildings like Plantation of Burrows saves valuable time. Precisely 2/3 of what it took to construct the original establishment, and any refunds for the replaced facilities will be fully paid in any case. The Humas battle tank is heavily armored and prone to shoot you with its equally heavy shells. Concussive power 225. Yikes. The front armor can also withstand its own ammunition, but it typically gets hurt in the under armor because those are concussive. Yeah, stun rods and heavy tasers probably your best bets there. That is the turret on the immobile tank. Oh, everybody died, Scrolled Wizard. It's miserable, man. We're having to really recover. Oh, it's all been underground. No bombard to be seen. Ever. Time to determine from the untried Loch-Nars who passes inspection. Only one potentially has the chance to become a hero. As for your state of being, 9 days there, Gentle Food. The strongest amount of days. Ah, yes. Now we have 2 microwave ovens again. Thanks, Brainer. Sludger. 55. To train reactions, you either need to fire or at least attempt to fire opportunity shots or hit enemies with fast melee weapons, consisting of 12 or less TUs to use. orphanages being assholes. Happy birthday to Kodal and Silo for 2 full years of service, Gombi for surviving a year and a half, Morochi and Wetness for half a year of service. Smart rifle. This rifle is probably smarter than anyone else around here, Captain. Barring you and me, Captain. It practically aims itself and has a very high rate of fire. Oh yeah. Pipes of Doom are amazing. Right, it takes HVAPs because it's already pre-baked with plastisteel munitions. Necronomicon. This book is a work of pure madness, and merely examining it can make you experience hallucinations, like the two making faces at you, calling you names, or trying to bite off your fingers. This bandage? There's far too much sharp stuff around the lab. Anyway, the book seems to cover all sorts of weirdness, like summoning demons, raising the dead, and traveling to other planes of existence. Understanding it, however, seems to be a hopeless task, at least if you value your mind. I have another idea, though. With enough command of the book's language and the help of hallucinogenic drugs, we can add some extra pages to it. It seems such edits have been made several times already, now that I think about it. You did see Kane being researched. Harbinger of Doom. These huge demonic creatures float around the skies of the Shadow Realms. In their bellies, they hold a cargo of lesser demons. Harbingers have horrifying powers. They can shoot blasts of mental energy, possess absurd endurance, cause supernatural fear, and most disturbingly are capable of crossing between dimensions. One of the legendary veteran girl guides, however, not an Uber, this girl really stretches the limits of the performance of a near baseline human, and she's thoroughly trained in all forms of combat. If we recruit her, we will of course get a free issue of her namesake magazine. Ah, yes, you did bite it a while back. Canister gun. Is there bringing you back? No, there is not. Do you have a Jake too? Doesn't look like it. So yeah, unfortunately you got gooed. I was hoping that would finish up a day earlier because, unfortunately, the day flips over before research happens, but I suppose just if that's what it gotta be, that's what it gotta be. Lots of autopsies. Gambler, your addiction to gambling amuses Jack. You're also accumulating lots of useless stuff. Oh, Jesus, right. You get a lot of fun going, Caltaclares. The boots are fucking phenomenal.
Ah, yes, setting our own base on fire. It's just an investment. Academy hierarchy. The Academy comprises of 3 main cathedrals, identifiable by badge colors, supposedly styled after the mythical Knights of Sidonia themselves. The technical cathedral is red. They're tasked with supervising and researching machinery and hard sciences. They have the researcher, the engineer, and the scientist. The medical cathedral is green. They oversee the physical and mental health of Earth's peoples. Nurse, medic, and counselors sit in this rank. Astro Cathedral, which is blue. These elites study the power of the mind and supervise all other academians. They include the Pioneer, the Esper, and the Provost. Provost come from the Collegiate, which rules all over other students of the Academy. Then students are at the very bottom and do the hardest work. Explorers take dangerous duties to be admitted into the Astral Cathedral from either of the 2 others. That gets us cruising, in which we send a Night Stalker to go deal with it. Master's Cane. This seemingly normal cane hides arcane circuitry, allowing one to entertain their voodoo powers. Don't generally expect this to work on enemies more psi-resistant than beastmen, but it's always something. It comes with the Mind Hex, which I believe is a magical attack, and then it should also allow us to do mind control? Well, Illusion takes a long time to get in anyway. Isolated Valley, that's not happening. The 8 Celestial Commandments. Setting a good example is the road to excellence, the Alabaster Queen. Love thy brother because many are stronger than one, the White Father. Hope makes you stronger than death, the Guiding Star. Fight for your freedom, it isn't for free, the Liberator. Obey, in obedience find purpose, in purpose find strength, the Machine Mother. Take your hatred and forge it into a weapon, the Invisible Templar. Every choice is good because all lead to wisdom, the Oracle. Mysteries are infinite, but your time is not. Make a good use of it, the Lightbringer. Disruptive transmissions, we can't do still. I think we actually have to let this one through. We want the Ninja War to happen, so we're just gonna let it go. Oh, good, another Dream Relay. Thank you for reminding me. That's actually very good to remember that. We now have a whole shit ton of foam grenades. They are a little big on space. I do not have spare space, so I will send this team out.
I will need more rend ammunition in the back. I'm also going to need more light cannon electric pulse. Fire is a wonderful thing on other people. Everyone has extra batteries. That is probably doable. Also, yee, sonic guns rip off armor. That was not a small amount of armor that was ripped off. Oh. Understandable. The Gobby had a good run. Understandable. Also, nice. Nice grouping. Oh, they were all praying at the temple at that moment. Also, I thought it wasn't Terror from the Deep. I thought it was a world of terrifying silence. Oh, those fuckers blew up the stairs.
I know, I'm taking the piss with ya. Because Terror from the Deep is not particularly too terrorific. World of Terrifying Silence, though, is, oh god, ah. There's a door, but it's also going to take us a while to get through there. Salutations, Paven. Front plate's still holding for now. We are at our second dream relay. Ah, Oak's taking bleeding. I have no quick way of dealing with it, unfortunately. Gotta go door kicking, I guess. Shit. Well, it was deflected anyway, so... Well, rend ammo is supposed to basically turn the light cannon into a shotgun effectively, so it checks out that it has that sort of fanning, that blooming effect. I mean, 2 words, no Mastardies. You're gonna get gnomed. Looks like on about average, about 2 to 3 pellets, 3 pellets just drops them. One, all that is 0, that's 1. Doesn't look like anyone's trying to be sneaky at this point, so this should be a fast one. But yes, I'd like to end the battle. Not as many hypno panels or aquaplastics. Actually, a lot lighter on the... Oh, it sold all the hold on. Okay, so the reactors don't have a dependency, and I can't break them down. The Zerbrite, on the other hand, it does matter. And one of the nomads survived, I guess. To the pit! Yeah, this was a much lighter armed area. No sonic rifles. Cannoneer, DOS to the first. Patient, Oak to the fifth. Industrious, DOS to the first. Blood Widow, Oak to the second. Gal of Steel, DOS to the seventh. Bane of the Depth Dwellers, Oak to the first. Diver, Kodal and Oak to the second. Master of the Gnome Cannon, Sarah to the first. Due to last month of pirating going great, the gals have thrown a big party. Morale soars. Jill, the mysterious hero and champion of the Narlogs. She supposedly established Jillsville to gather all the remaining free people in the world. It happened decades ago, yet the legend has it that she's not a normal person but a revenant, unjustly murdered and risen from her grave to be the defender of all those who are treaded upon. Others say she doesn't exist at all, and that her persona is assumed by various champions of justice in the form of a symbol. This could explain how she survives all of her battles, many of which were lost. She's the archenemy of Jack, leader of all Loch-Nars. Meep meep. Hi, zombie. Bandit caves. I have a problem with some bandits. They're harassing travelers, raiding farms, and refusing to pay up. Rumor is they even have they've fallen into some weird worship. Do I really feel like doing that? Am I hurting for Jack tokens? It's Muty Alliance. I'm not really hurting for it, and I don't like doing that mission, admittedly, so let's not go back into the caves. She's not a ground enemy. The Sky Ninjas are attacking government officers. Why should we care? Because these particular officers support our cause and their country. If the ninjas manage to eliminate these guys, well, I don't have to explain, do I? We only have a few hours to get to location. Bombard is authorized for location. You might have to stick with, I might have to stick with the ammo for the time being while I actually get real Euro ammo. The exclamation point means Psyker. The S means, or rather, the exclamation point means high psychic potential, while the S means Sylvalingas are available on this character.
ammo do you use? Oh, ES. Wasn't being very specific. Oh. This isn't the big attack on government. This is the small one. Ah, that's a misclick. Whatever. Good scouting regardless. Knowing they're on the far side of the map. Basically the win condition for our game. It's still pretty traditionally Cydonia, but there are other options. Otherwise, as pirates, what are we trying to do month to month? Basically what Brass said. Steal stuff, get rich, get drunk. Fight with honor and dignity so that we're respected while still maintaining the brutality needed to enforce our will. Oh, fuck off with knowing where our shit is. That's dumb and stupid. Well, thanks. Oh, God. Nope, that's a lot of critical damage, unfortunately. I don't think there's any friendlies over there, so hell with it. Bombard, firing. That's a lot of friendly fire. I don't think Squirrel cares. You're gonna get like 10 Fallen Agent medals before the campaign's over. Good news is, you can only get 10. Negative 20 freshness isn't that bad for goblins.
We're good. Let's do some wizard shit. You're supposed to hit that. Solid hit for effect. Yes, they will, actually. That's risky. Thank God they're using hand cannon rounds. Thank God for white phosphorus. I would like the burning to stop. Can it at least be only a slight morale improvement? Someone was doing some Ojo-sama level fucking laugh bullshit there. I'm pretty sure that ninja is a tank buster. Yup. Don't like that one. So for the good of us all, you need to die. Uh-oh. No, fucking... Damn it. Well, you're not firing this round. So we killed 3 people in that blast. Oops. So, Public Enemy, Otsuid to the 4th, Fallen Angel, Squirrel Gob to the 2nd, Pyromaniac, Silo to the 2nd, Professional, Sarah to the 7th, Soft Target, Sarah to the 9th, Super Size, Squirrel Gob to the 7th, Stefan to the 8th, Master of the Bombard Rocket Mortar, Squirrel Gob to the 8th. Yeah, it's the friendlies that we're talking about here. Status, space monster. Stupid even by zombie standards. If not for the implanted circuitry, it tear itself apart, trying to walk in two directions at once. Commando rifle. A perfect tool of a patient hunter, with enough power to pierce an armored hide and accuracy to deliver where it counts, all in a relatively compact package. The target tracking sights allow for exceptionally deadly reaction shooting. Also known as, that's pretty reasonable for, like, say, a dedicated Marks Goblin to have. It can also HVAP, and basically every 4 point of reaction is 1 extra power. Aquatoid. Aquatoids are surprisingly strong and resilient for their midget sizes due to the extensive cyborgization, but their eyes are extra sensitive to sunlight. These smart and ruthless depth dwellers wield strong voodoo. You know, I may as well get this Chaos Dagger out of my inventory finally. I researched that. Oh, I need stasis. But it only requires the Necronomicon. Interesting. So I just need the analytics room and I'm good to go, honestly. Sorry, just looking at my options here. Very close to the Vulcan. Automatic harpoon gun is needed for something else down the road. The Python might be funny to have, but let's see what else we have. Custom las. You know what? Let's get us some extra explosive. A little bit of extra boom. Aircar race. Only the Hawk would have been able to do that. Extreme weather. Archaeological dig. This one's easy. We can send out the rooks for this one. Or rather, our newer lads. Well, not our newer, but our younger. Says you spent the points on it. Welcome back to the Force. Nope. Into the deep. I seriously doubt a plasma gun is needed for this one. Hollows might be nice to bring in, though. Oh, fuck me, that's bats. This is apparently a track called Space Bird by P. Cat, P. Cat Ani. Yeah. A shotgun's good killing. Don't feel shame for using a fun gun. The bat failed to land hits. That's very good, actually. It's probably not the same song straight from, like, say, YouTube, but it might start the process of finding it, which is helpful. There was 5 things total here. Pack it in. Angel of Death, Morochi to the 1st. Monster Hunter, Dragon House to the 6th. Supersize, Dragon House to the 7th. Wetness to the 2nd. Also, since it was brought up, it probably is a good idea. Oh, I have like 6 Master Canes. Holy shit. Good omens. Hell yeah. Cruising Counselors. Our lead about ghoul organ trade leads us to those most interested in keeping forever young. The Master Diplomats and the Negotiators, Academy Counselors. We learned that they sometimes convene in the seclusion of sea vessels. By posing as ghouls, we can get info on where and when that happens. Security will be light, but we better not let our guard down. Considering who we have to send, yeah, they can probably easily get whooped.
Don't I have a rail driver? I have a rail rifle. Actually, can't I make a form of Gauss? Thought I could. Mag munitions, here we are. Flintlock mags. Right, they got rid of the quite a bit of mag munitions. I will say, the flintlock mag, though, is pretty nice. 66 piercing is nothing to fucking sneeze at. Problem is, I think the only thing that could really take it is not even the goddamn air musket could. The arquebus could. The Giselle could. The clockwork gun would probably be the most realistic opportunity to use mag. And mining laser takes up a lot of tech time. What I did was a logistical mistake, not a technological mistake. Mega Zombie. A vile creature made from the pieces of many corpses through the art of necromancy. We found arcane writing inside its enormous husk. It can take an ungodly amount of punishment before being destroyed. It's blind but has sense 30. Assault HMG. This multi-barrel variant of the HMG is heavier than standard, but allows for much better combat flexibility. Limited accurate range. The problem is, this thing is so fucking heavy that, like, this thing gives Ubers trouble. And I know my cats had trouble wielding this thing too. So there's no way in hell that Gobbies are gonna wield this thing. Actually, yeah, how do I get my war crimes going on? I need AC Cry ammo. Problem is, I don't have AC Cry. I need a very specific mission to get AC Cry. Yeah, I can just get the super shotgun. Fuck off. Fallen Stars. According to the gnomes, the plane-carrying Highway Star motorcycles crashed around this area. However, they refuse to allow anyone near their precious artifact nor betray the exact location. So we can either send in a gnome crew or forget about this whole wild goose chase. If we choose to send them in, they'll need to clear out the area of hostiles to start the search.
Ogres, maybe. Maybe they can do it. Skull Striders are the endgame armor for Loch-Nars. So, very far away. They're the equivalent of Temacatter. Oh god, hallucinatoids. At least it's a lot easier to hit 2x2s. I will say the Nobe Cannon reloads real fast. Oh, that was actually kind of easy. Diver, DOS to the second. Skull Striders require synth metal suits, guildmaster secrets, power suit fabrication, synth missile printing, and sectopod. We have a lot of it, but we need some very particular researches. UAC vaults. Hot conditions. For what we're dealing with, not super absurd. Standard tactical loadout now features a foam grenade. You may have to slog off some weight for it, but you will appreciate having the extra defensive capabilities. Take a vibroblade. You can't really slog off weight right now.
Giving up some ammo for extra foam is just good. Still, 5 pounds to carry a goddamn foam grenade is rough on our already limited space. For UAC vaults, was this tight? Oh yeah, no, this is deep, not tight. Oops. That matters a lot, actually. Demonic rituals still require lost souls, which we don't have yet. Trust me, if I could do them, or if I could get them, I would. I want to get these skulls out of my inventory. We need to use the padlocks of chaos to get into a location to get us lost souls, and once we have done so, we're good. Because you need to offer sacrifices to the Destroyer, and he likes skulls. No, we're Gobbies, so we're the good guys. I'd say pretty light on the enemy count so far. This might be a small problem.
Well, shit. Yeah, it looks like just a flat-out demon spawn. You have Hollow's End, which is very good for the moment. That is me doing a movement I did not intend to do. Because finger on the trigger, sleepy bitch maneuver. Thankfully we have foam grenades, so I can make dumb mistakes like that. Not unreasonable, you caught fire. I mean, considering that Twitch supports certain audiences nowadays with hot tubs, I'm not super surprised that they ran into a situation in which they accepted a deal with, shall we say, Magnum. So that worked out much better, given I wasn't at ground zero.
You go first. I don't want to get blown up.
Nebkeet's getting hit. Oof. I mean, you're not wrong. Nab's just gonna chill in here for the time being. They're having, as one would say, a bad time. Yeah. Yeah, I am. Campaign style game, bring the crew along. Lots of options, lots of challenges to attack. It probably would have, but I didn't send any dedicated psychers. For the specific purpose of, one, I don't want them to get super hurt. And two, because this area is just miserable for stuff. iPhones actually would be the play here. Beep. Beep. You are not carrying one. You were not carrying one. Dollars to donuts, it's like someone who's trapped in here. Burn back. You already used yours. You have not used yours. You are foamed. I would say I probably said that at some point. It's really hard to do, so it's not reliable by any stretch of the imagination. But if you can get an ethereal or anyone with like a... What you're looking for primarily is anything with a high sense stat. Because sense allows you to just see the map. Beep. I wouldn't say that you need a high IQ, you just need to understand the rules and read. It's very much a reading-based game. Oh, holy shit. Well, happy we got out of that room before everything fucking exploded. Hunting down the last goddamn alien's not fun, though. Beep. God damn it, it's someone standing still. So it could be literally anywhere. Beep. 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 Check it out, I get to hang out with Grandpa. Yup, that was confirmed very recently. Those are nukes. There's just casually nukes in here. Fuck me, dude. I was hoping Bug Hunt would turn on, but I'm just gonna cheat this a little bit. So I didn't waste like 5 turns. Yeah, but don't they spawn those in, or is it actually I have to go in there and kill them? True. Thankfully, the shields took care of the big hit. But yeah, XCOM's not super complicated, it's just understanding its rule set. Oh, Jesus! Thank God he can't shoot worth a shit. That's a cursed hell gun, boys. Oh, whoop. Yeah, that's what actually was stopping it. Well, it killed my shield, which is about like 30-ish HP. They actually missed you entirely. Pistol, shotgun, nail gun, rocket launcher. Where's the gun they were using? Spray gun. Was it just the plasma gun? It was probably the nail gun. Yeah, it checks.
And yeah, there's a lot more intricacies, but there's also a lot more that you can do. Shooting out walls, demolitions, bringing the equipment you want, melee weapons, other such possibilities. And that is actually really fucking tragic, Connie. Like, oof. That's sad.
Yeah, it's like 3 nukes.
Also, there's a BFG battery in here.
If we want to, I think we have a BFG back home. We can turn that thing hot. Fencer, Dragonhouse to the 5th, Monster Hunter, Bobo to the 7th, Soft Target, Neb to the 7th, mastered the Mandrake Linux SMG. Gentle Food has accomplished legendary mastery.
The job is done. Congratulations, sir.
Do we want to what? Use nukes? Oh, yeah, fuck yeah, dude. You kidding me? They're gonna be more necessary than ever. Oh, the BFG. If justified. It's probably a landing site, but whatever. Or a probe. Someone called you stupid. Being pig-headed as you are, you don't care. Chaos Dagger. A weird sacrificial blade gifted by the demon gods to their Lochnar followers and indeed well suited to their innate abilities. Like water and flame combined, it sets enemies ablaze, but the stronger you are, the softer it becomes. Holding this heretical weapon drains 3 morale per turn. 20% of HP damage inflicted by it is stolen by the attacker, bio effect. It ignores some armor and it damages it significantly upon penetration. So, the power goes down by your strength score, but your reactions are just flat added. Holy shit. It's also a fucking warp weapon. God. Jesus. So, gonna be bad in the hands of someone like Brass. Great in someone's hands like the Nightblades. Doing alright, Gymstick. Still need to clean up some glass shrapnel that happened earlier. Still kind of mad about that, but other than that, we good. If you kill stuff, morale returns. It rewards aggressive play. Pachyderm. It's basically a very fast truck. A space truck capable of going onto the moon and back on a single fuel tank. Yeah, the dagger is meant to kill people, not walls. Probably demons again. Oh gee, look at that, it's demons again. Now, I would say they're more pissed about the fact that we denied them weed the first time about, so now they want weed. Howdy, howdy, Kira-chan. Welcome, welcome. Zero 300 is fucking amazing for a lock. It grows lots of weed because we need it to. Oh, those are imps. All I gotta say is, I do love me some Cannon Angel. Thanks, pirates. That forward outpost was just gonna get wiped out. I'm not surprised at how it's going. Uh-oh. What the fuck? Homie casually just took a whole shit ton of rounds in the face. And wasn't even bothered by it. That's a problem. We do have mech warriors. Honestly, the weed base could probably be served by getting a mech suit or two. Thank God he failed to land that incendiary hit, because that would have been really bad for the room. Goddamn pyro. We are working on getting the Vulcan cannon. Sniff is picking up some things. Thank God he was directed to aim at the floor. This is why CQB is incredibly important in these mods. It turns a near-guaranteed death situation into them wasting their ammo. Pavlov is doing good work. Unironically, the chain gun actually kind of fucks in a goblin's hands. It's a decently clappy weapon at 36. Carries a lot of ammo for what it is. TU cost is very reasonably low. Well, here's the thing. Those low percentage shots are not my chance to hit. That's aim correction. Every shot could potentially land. Well, one, yeah, Lady Luck helps, but two, every shot can land. When you fire a shot in Old Com, it fires out like a cone. The less aim correction you have, the wider the cone. So you'll tend to miss. Likewise, a shot that's over 100% accuracy is not guaranteed to hit, because of how the cone works. It's an extremely tight cone, but there's still some room for variation in the shot, and to miss. Hello, Dictator! Weed Base is under attack again. The demons really want it this time. Yep, I do not mind explaining mechanics, my dude. Old Com's full of weird stuff, and if you learn something, I call that a productive stream. If I learn something, that is a very productive stream. But yeah, so over 100 is not a guaranteed hit. 0 is not a guaranteed miss. It's extremely likely, but sometimes you just nail your shot. General strategy in XCOM as well favors fire by volume, accuracy by volume doctrine. Because one thing that is also very true is that sometimes your damage is just going to be shit. Because I believe Pirates is using the OG formula for accuracy for the majority of its weapons, its melee accuracy is Terror from the Deep. But, its damage profile. But for original XCOM, the OG, what it's doing is that once you roll to hit, it will roll damage based on a 0 to 200% formula, trying to simulate grazing hits and headshots, for example. Specifically, how it works is that when first you see if you hit. Any projectile that interacts with a paper doll on the field is a hit. After that, you roll damage. Damage is from a 0 to 200% scale. For instance, this is a laser weapon 27. 27 has a upper range of 54 or a lower range of 0. After that, it is checked against the enemy's percentile defenses. For instance, this coat has a 80% cutting resist. So that's multiplied the result by 0.8, and that will reduce the enemy's attack by that much. The final line of defense is the armor value, which is 9. So for instance, if you take a damage 30 hit, times that by 0.8, that goes down to 24. Then let's say you get hit in the front armor. Subtract that by 9. A damage 30 hit becomes a damage 15 hit. Note that some weapons can get absurd with their scaling, and the best way of explaining the damage is you just die. Which is what happened a lot in the OG without mods. Because the enemies are using plasma weapons starting off, they have upwards of like 60 to 80 damage in their weapons. So your dudes with like 30 hit points just die because even if they roll average, they are going to do enough damage to kill you. It's also why percentile resist is super good, because it can't be reduced. If you are using the right armor for the right situation, it has very high effectiveness. Yeah, because some weapons are scaling weapons, and scaling weapons base off of your stats. Note that sets the damage profile. So a damage 30 weapon could be a damage 50 weapon, and then the damage goes from 30 to 60 to 50 to 100. Another fun fact to note is that a percentage of the wounds that you deal or take are converted into what are called fatal wounds. Fatal wounds is essentially bleeding out. You'll die if you fight that. But yeah, because of this damage variance, XCOM generally favors a volume by fire doctrine. Getting more hits out is important over extremely high accuracy. However, this isn't always true because there are some characters, such as sniper people who have high accuracy, who specialize in high damage single power hit weapons. which is incredibly valid as well. I'll gamble a second burst. That'll do. It's also why it's very important to keep a mixed amount of damage in your group. If you're using a bunch of guns that have piercing, and the enemy's all wearing Kevlar, you're gonna be fucking shooting BBs at the enemy all day. Meanwhile, if you're fighting notably most beasts, for example, beasts tend to have a weakness to fire, so if you bring Incendiary or Willy Pete's, they're gonna light up like a match. No. If you hit someone, if someone's in the blast range of a, AoE template, it counts as a hit. The thing is that the AoE is very different depending on depending on how the attack hits. For example, if you hit your mark dead on, or even within a tile of your mark, you are hitting under armor because you are hitting them at ground zero. If you hit them at ground zero, hitting them in the under armor, which most people are weakest, you're going to do massive damage. AoEs are subject to the damage variance, but typically ground zero is where it's going to be at its strongest. However, every tile away from ground zero, yes, if you are directly impacted or within a tile of the blast zone, you are considered to be hit in the under armor. Otherwise, it is locational based. Every tile away you are away from ground zero, the blast fall off drops off dramatically. Stable. Yeah, so other rule of AoE, only lost 6 in that invasion, not bad at all. Other rule is that if you are a 2x2 unit, the AoE will hit every square that you occupy. So a 2x2 unit gets hit 4 times. Which is why they are notably very lethal against armored vehicles. Ooh, we lost someone who had a 4 and a 3. Not bad, though. Yeah, no, they're starting to get some actual, they're actually starting to get some experience under their belt. Hellbaron Corpse. These towering monsters are very rare and very hard to kill. They appear to be demon commanders and can conjure projectiles of extremely potent chem from thin air. The corpse is so foul it requires a lot of space to store safely, it's better sold immediately. There are various creepy characters willing to pay a nice coin for it. Night Vision 40, Spot 10, Thermal 60. Lobstermen. Trying to kill this lumbering monstrosity is a pure nightmare. Deep Ones use them as six-limbed tanks that can shrug off most handheld weapons. Even lasers, the usual can openers, are somehow powerless. Their impressive plating is relatively vulnerable to cutting weapons, but this requires getting close to these scary claws that can cut off power armor limbs. So, depends, Oak. Let's say that you have a blast radius of 5. You're on the edge of the blast radius where a side of your tank is on the 5th tile. Those two sides would get hit, but because your other side is in the 6 away, it's outside of the blast zone and not getting hit. So, usually if a tank is caught in the blast zone, it's going to get hit everywhere, but you could get incredibly lucky by a stray shot just not landing correctly, and it not being a concern. Don't count on it, though, because again, if it's in the blast zone, it counts as a hit. And every tile that's in the blast zone is hit. It's really a case of, the best way to determine if an AoE hit or not is the tile a unit is on within the affected zone of effect? If it's yes, they got hit. You know, I shouldn't do it, but that's really funny, so I'm going to. Iridian. The tough lizard-like hide of Iridians protects them against many elements. They appear to feel at home even in hot and toxic environments. They have a camo rating, the fuckers. Humanus Safe House. Who's on board? Yeah, I'm good for going in there and dealing with the problem. It'll be easy. Nancy. Nancy. No gunslinger. I want you to collect 100 dead Nancy scalps. Yup, if there is terrain features in the way, it may prevent you from shooting unless you force the shot. Things such as machine guns, miniguns, chain guns, or anything else with a very high rate of fire are very good for foliage removal. Alternatively, flamers also work for this purpose too, but they tend to catch the map on fire, which produces a lot of smoke. Easy. Master of the Super Magnum, Slug X of the Second. Aquaman. The Aquaman is a living weapon of the depths, a heavily changed, lobotomized human. It has a built-in weird electric weapon that shoots in an arcing trajectory. Power 90. Yikes. Its skin is literally made of aquaplastic. We can harvest it, but only with the help of surgery. No evasion. Sniper spotter basic. Ghost Gal. It is not known what these creatures are or if it's even possible to kill them, as they leave no trace of a corpse, but they can be dispersed with proper modes of attack. They will retaliate with charm attacks. It's beneficial to fight them after dark due to their faint glow. Invisible 10, but sense 40. Yep, good old spooky bitch. I need other dimensions before I can get the Echo. Yeah, that's actually probably the next thing I should grab. RBG round Fae. Or did I hit the wrong? I think I hit the wrong button there. Whoops. That's vessels. It's tools of trade. So the RPG, the fuel air rocket, is, it ignores standard fire producing effects. What this does is, it's a fuel air rocket. It ignites the very air in the zone, and, yeah. It's Willy Pete on fucking cocaine. We love fuel air rockets for very specific purposes. Bloodhound hunt.
Let the cavalry and melee have a chance to have fun. Oh, right, there's no fucking... It's ninjas. Hey, fucker. We're waiting until some, guy... It should be a C-class mission, so it should be something we can roll. We're essentially waiting for a dude to go, hunting. We are basically the, I believe Goblin Zax's answer to a guy who runs out to go either try to go fistfight chrysalids or deep ones. Good you hit someone, but you're not supposed to hit them. Got him. That was a fun little hunting trip. We're gonna need to make some chemicals. I think my mouse has started to double click too. Uh-oh. Angel of Death, Bobo to the 4th. Murderer, Bobo to a legendary degree. Congratulations. Traditional, Bobo to the 2nd. Shellshot, Captain Orion to the 1st. Master of the Saber, Bobo to the 4th.
Welcome to Weed. Help the Locknars. Ratman Raiders. Yeah, they got that then. Right now, they're getting their armor made for them. Now, first of all, this is going to be the time where the LACC shines like a... Holy shit! That was one shot gone. Okay, these guys really don't like fire. Silo is giggling like a madman right now. All it took was one shot and they dropped. Death. Ride hard, Reichsgoblin. But yeah, if you want to know how lethal an AoE template weapon can be, this flamer shoots 10 times. It has a blast radius of 1. Anytime I hit, that is 4 hits of fire damage happening on the same target. And that is notably on every hit. At optimal damage, that is 4 times 10 times about what? The heavy flamer's a 50? That's hurty. I know some people got clipped by that. Those are roto guns, and roto guns are pretty light on actually doing real damage at this point in the game. We almost got a Cavalier medal, actually. Scourge of Europe, Stefan to the 2nd, Cannoneer, Silo to the 5th, Bullet Magnet, Silo to the 9th, Dragon House to the 2nd, Master of the LACC, Silo to the 4th. The tournament was long and brutal, with fists and clothes flying everywhere. Some of the finest Uber gals from all over the world participated. That you were unstoppable. You are the CBT champion, but the fight doesn't end here, and your opponents have sworn to challenge your title the next tournament. You can hardly wait. You managed to climb to the very top. You defeated all the strongest, sexiest, and fastest gals at Jacktown's Clothless Beat-em-up tournament. This establishes your position as a world-renowned prize fighter, and some former rivals are willing to join you as willing disciples. Time to enjoy the accolades, defend the title, and look for greater challenges. Relevant facilities, spa. What does that actually do for us? Okay, now I can make the VIP club. Yup, that's needed. Hello there, Marmalade. Did I? Pretty sure I just got benefited from a gift sub, but whoever did that, I appreciate. But welcome to my small corner of the world. And it is going okay, Stefan. I have some shrapnel to deal with in my living room because a glass bottle was just, fell through a wet bag. But other than that... Yeah, there's a lot of puns in this game. Hollow Spiky SMG. Any advanced sights would only get in the way of beatings, but holograms cannot be damaged. Improved effective range. .40mm grenade gas. A poison gas grenade for the grenade launcher has the same effect as standard poison gas. Gas rocket, because, you know, you need your war crimes on a, you know, rocket scale. Oh, what the fuck? Alright, government doesn't like us. Most everyone should have their preferred weapons on deck, so... Oak spawned out of uniform. First, where is the bombard? Is electricity of any use? Well, we're about to find out. Nope, dump the munition. Dump early munitions, get plastisteel loaded in. In theory. Run like hell to cover. Impressive. He actually survived a burst of plastisteel. A soft reminder, it's really hard for the bombard to get an accurate shot, because arcing underground doesn't typically work the way you want it to. Also, it's not loaded with, gas. It's loaded with standard shot. If this thing is firing, it's firing into the hangar and into the back. If we fire right into the back here, it should, emphasis on should be enough to not get completely obliterated. Jake is not ready for real combat and should sit this out. No, get down here. All these motherfuckers gotta die now. Oh, Gentle Food. What weapon do you want to swap out to now that you've mastered the Linux? A lot. There's a lot of weapons. Long-range dealer's choice. Alright, I'll see what I've got that's interesting. Hit the plate. Actually, I should also probably ask any specific weapon category or just long range. Sniper going in. Nah. You're built for, like, quick reaction fire, so... that is definitely a case of... I'll probably go with something light but steady. God, there's still so many moves to make here. Eject munitions. Oh, Jesus, yeah, Oak needs to fucking run. Get into a safe room. They are out of their power armor. No. Though, thankfully, I think that you can't react with a BMG. I think it has an aim shot. I think one of the gnomes is just fucked. Yeah, because they're right on the front line of combat. That's a very unfortunate spawn. Not one of the dogs! Bombard, you are authorized for shot. Make it pretty. Huh, substantially less lethal than I thought that was going to be. And no, you didn't get hit. That's just a heavy laser doing its job. Don't want to be so close that I burn myself. Also, I will say, looking pretty light on enemy resistance. Ah, no, there's some force over there. Now, ideally, we take people alive, so we get less penalties for doing so. Because even though the government is attacking us, the government's also our sponsors. So if they end up having a bunch of their dudes die, they get kind of pissy about that, as dumb as that is. Hello. Who's this? Ah, Gladiator. Yeah, that actually improved the spread on that quite a bit. Are you retarded? The dude ran up to a dog and tried to slash the hell out of him. Dummy. Dumb. Stupid. We lost a dog who was on site. But yeah, all things considered, this was a pretty light force that came after us.
Defender, Slugx, and Paven to a legendary degree. Congratulations. Bomber, Squirrel Wizard to the 5th, or Squirrel Gob to the 5th. Bulwark, Squirrel to the 2nd, Das Sarah to the 3rd, Brass Eastar to the 2nd, Kirchan Claytor to the 3rd, Dictator, Gombi to the 1st, Scourge of Europe, Gombi to the 3rd, Atsuid to the 1st, Cannoneer, Heighten to the 1st, Veteran, Wetness to the 3rd, Psycho, Orion to the 3rd, Cavalier, Bobo to a legendary degree. Congratulations. There's a lot of them, so I'm not going to read them all. Supersize, Paven to the 9th, Gombi to the 7th, Tech Barbarian, Kodal to the 1st, Master of the Gnome Cannon, Kodal to the 2nd. We lost the dog! Legendary Defender, no! Puppy! He'd seen so much shit. I mean, you quote-unquote still participated. Even if you were caught in your knickers. I'm sorry, Paven. I'm not doing another base defense to save the dog. Dogs kind of have run out of their use at this point, and he was kind of just a stray casualty. I'd rather just get it through rather than spend like another 30 minutes to just move people. Alright, Broken Wagon. Super Shotgun. A true piece of art. Exceptional range for a shotgun. Here, Paven. If it makes you feel better, would you like a super shotgun? Speaking of, before I forget... long range. What do we got for long range guns? Could give the heavy nail gun a try. Just have some fun with it for the time being. We have both. We have the custom SMG and the Super Magnum. Heavy nail gun. Comes with Tech Barbarian and Reaper. Yeah, let's give it a shot. It also ruins armor just preemptively, so, 10 bursts. Well, first, can you even carry the damn thing? Because that's gonna be an actual concern. No, you cannot carry the nail gun. It's too heavy. We might have to work with something smaller for the time being. Let's go with... clearly the golden SMG now. If you need strength, then the clear solution is a gyro-stabilized auto gun. start working on your bulk a bit. Until you get some levels. You gotta work with the basics again. Actually, hold on. What do I have for first? Who's our strongest psychers, so I can put them through Psy School. Those are all gnomes. I know they are. Haven's pretty coked out on Psy skills, so don't worry about that anymore. I need a trooper. Morochi will do. Oh, the smart rifle has no munitions in it. And that's definitely coming later. Let's see, commendation-wise. So, Reaper is 1 strength, 4 firing per level, probably alternates. So, 5 strength from just practicing the automatic fire, 3 from silver, 3 from gold, while Cannoneer is 1 strength per level, 1 strength and HP every silver, so that's +3. Gold is 3 strength plus 1 HP and 2 firing per level. So yeah, it looks like Cannoneer is actually the way to go if we want to start boosting up strength faster. What do I have for cannon options? Is the hand cannon a cannon-based weapon? The hand cannon is a traditional Street Fighter weapon, so nah. Well, light cannons are fairly accurate for that, so we can get your strength up pretty quickly. Oh, that works quite nicely. How much, you have Nightingale. What is your Hitman at? Hitman 7. I do want to max that out at some point. Yeah, my mouse has started to double click. Oh boy. They are, but I don't have too many grenade launchers. There's the assault grenade launcher, which is the 8-shot magazine. He uses black napalm, so actually that's a pretty reliable access to burn damage. We have grenade, smart grenades, heavy grenades, assault grenades, rocket launcher, advanced launcher.
Quad launcher, spore launcher. I don't think we have White Dragon yet. I do have contacts with the White Dragon, though. Fancy guns requires a lot of White Dragon, though. I don't remember Void Salts being super important, so I'll just dump it like a bunch of them in there. Forgery. After procuring data on how banking and government transactions work, as well as making some contacts with criminals, we were able to come up with a way to forge money, using generally available human ID cards. However, to get the printing press going, we have to figure out how to make a proper mint. I'm more interested in code breaking. 59. Sometimes it's easier just to haul treasure into your craft and call it a day. Teachings of Wise Wu. In the ages before the Rapture, men believed themselves to be the masters of the universe. Thus they worshipped gods who catered to their hubris, gods who personally rewarded and punished them according to man-made codes of law. As such, in calamity, every man stood alone, and in prosperity, they fought viciously amongst themselves to receive a reward. A winner took all the acclaim, and a victim was burdened with the responsibility for their own troubles. Alas, the heavens do not work that way. Men are too small and too alike for them. The gods send both curses and blessings blindly. An evil man may escape unscathed, while his deeds bring demise to his whole village. A martyr may die thanklessly, leaving others to enjoy the blessings sent by the impressed gods. Thus, there will always be villains and heroes, and no society can survive if it scorns its men of virtue. So where's the justice in this? Only the heavens really know if and how our souls will be judged in person, but there is no doubt that humanity is being judged as a whole. Oh, fuck. Oh, Jesus. Oh, fuck. That's a Star God pogrom. We can take the infamy hit, but we also might want to consider a thing or two. On one hand, that can get us sectopods. If we get one, if we just go full fucking scorched earth, that can get us the sectopod we need. Yeah, if we go bombard and just go hard, that might work. But on the other hand, that's also Star Gods when we barely even have a source of power armor to deal with it. That is a matter of serious debate. Having chaff would be good for the opportunity, but it's still beyond all fucking dangerous. They have about 400 blue. To be fair, a pogrom with Star Gods, they're all gonna be Guardians. Guardians have blue shields, but there's gonna be no mind control present. This is a matter of debate. I do have anyone I need on hand for this. Blue is... yeah, unfortunately, with our primary ace in the hole being blocked by the blue, and there being collateral damage, we're probably gonna go with a no for this occasion. If concussive was gonna work better on blue, I'd consider it. But that is a big fucking gamble. Fire-resistant shirt. This shirt is made of, well, in layman terms, a highly flame-resistant material. When worn, it makes you less likely to be burnt into a crisp. One catch, it doesn't resist water well. $112. Some manufacturing projects, like gambling, yield random results. You will get a full report on what was manufactured regardless of batch size when the project ends. But your items will be delivered to your stores on the go, just like with normal production. Yeah, I just don't have a strong ace. If I had a strong ace, I'd be a little bit more inclined to give it a shot. As it stands, I'm not feeling it. Let's start spooling these data reels. It's about time. It is a know when to hold them and know when to fold them moment. Rebel Brute examination, don't really need to know about them. Devil's Reef, don't like that mission. Bloodhound armor is complete. B. Napalm. Black Napalm is an incendiary agent spiked with Halirium. It features a very large blast and extra HP damage all in a small package. Smoothie. Almost indistinguishable from a human except for things like strange hair or eye pigmentation or other minor features. They possess quite unusual agility and magic aptitude, but such individuals quickly rise above the mundane toils of mutant communities, becoming entertainers, clairvoyants, or thieves, which brings their whole kind a reputation of being sneaky and untrustworthy. Will this make their survival odds go up? Barely. But it's at least anti-ballistic armor. It's an actual armor score. Other dimensions. We have studied several we have studied several strange phenomenon, unexplainable by science we have learned from star god lackeys. Demonic beings which employ weird energies, ghosts which can just ignore bullets and disappear. Not to mention the shadow tech. Only the UAC blueprints we found hold some clues, detailing long-dead company research into harnessing transdimensional transfers of matter, energy, and information. Our reality could just be a tiny raft swirling in the sea of chaos. This might give me lost souls. Demonic rituals, yeah, lost soul, which is... Oh, the arcane tome can hook me up. It's unlikely, but it is possible. I know I have a few of those books sitting around. VIP Club. The school was never your strong side, but you reach the very top, you need to build a culture. There is, however, such a thing as physical culture, right? And you, superstar, like physical culture in all aspects. Carousing, fighting, dancing, and sexual prowess. Stealth suits. Seems that the partial invisibility of stealth suits is achieved by somewhat bending visible light and electromagnetic radiation. This technology is very exotic, and seems to operate on principles alien to human or star god science as we know it. It bears resemblance to the voodoo invisibility effects, but seems to be completely unrelated to voodoo. Wretch. The days of rampant chaotic mutation are long over, but there are still those who draw the short straw at the genetic lottery. The malformed wretches are mutants among mutants, despised by others and generally taking their lot meekly. But woe on these who manage to hurt wretches despite their tough skin, for they have plenty of mutant strength and pent-up rage. Yeah, it's gonna take a while, so not really a concern. Well, I guess we start cracking the tomes. No, I'm actually not a big fan of alcohol. I don't like the taste, so I don't drink. Delirium Explosives is school graduation and guild engineering, so not for a while. Not unless I get more engineers. Which we haven't gotten a lot of as of late. Yeah, I've got a double-clicking mouse. That's rough. Chemicals are produced. Flechette rocket load. This round changes the rocket launcher into what is quite possibly, though some may argue otherwise, the world's largest handheld shotgun in the world. Indeed. It is a singular shell, so to speak, that does 45 times 25 damage, stabbing. So, as a frame of reference, that's 45. That can be 0 to 90 25 times. That's, boosh, boosh, boosh. Yeah, you fire that at something, it's probably dead. Big Demon Skull. A skull extracted from the corpse of a large demonic creature. Causes even more potent bloodlust than smaller skulls, regenerating 10 energy at the cost of 8 morale. Multiple stack. Does increase resistance to charm damage as well. It's a hat. 66. Fortune rules the battlefield. Most weapons can and will roll either 0 or double damage. Hopeless shots can hit and near sure ones can miss. Strings of incredibly bad and incredibly good luck will happen. Do not fight fortune, accept her rule. Did you want to live forever or what? Seize opportunities as they may not always appear again. Always have contingency plans. Some say fortune favors the bold, but she also is merciless towards the unprepared. Ancient Log, Mad 22 and 7. The humans had an arsenal of nuclear weapons sufficient to extinguish all complex life forms on Earth. Little did it help, as none of it was capable of engaging spaceborne targets. Ching! Okay, that'll be done in a day. Less knife missile, think flechettes. A giant canister that fires a big old fucking thing of flechettes. Secrets of the Sun. They say that it's dangerous to look at the sun directly, but what if it's a lie to cover some mystery? Risky or not, you must find out yourself. Well, there is a secret, you still missed it. Now your eyes need some advanced medical attention to work properly. Your FPB still looks, seems impressed. She's the only one who actually gets you. Ancient Log 506A22. Early alien scouting parties encountered on Earth long before its conquest, since the early 1900s. In rare cases where they were ambushed on the ground or at low altitude, the government forces always prevailed. It was therefore theorized that Earth's vast armies could fight and defeat the Stellar Empire's ground invasion. However, that kind of invasion never happened. Seems like a pretty quiet month, but nothing wrong with that. Quiet months are good. Gotta bracket this for about a day. I mean, we didn't go to the pog room, right? Bounty hunt. bank robbery. Well, they heard us complaining. Actually, if I have the time, what do I have for transformations? Oh, I can just culture Jake, so you know what? Yeah, we'll culture Jake. We'll culture Rouge, who hasn't had the chance to take a vacation. Proud Warrior. Otsuid can take a vacation. Wetness can take a vacation. Sarah can get a judicial education. Right, gnomes can get judicial educations. Holy fuck, that's 5 strength. Oh my god. Does judicial block anything? Blocks nepotism. Well, I don't give a shit about nepotism. So you can't, if you are a Nep, you cannot be a bride, you can't do sun martial rituals, you can't do judicial, and you can't do education and culture. So, fucking yes. We're gonna teach you to kill better, Roosh. Yeah, no, that's fucking nuts. Holy shit. Plus 5 strength, 20 freshness, 1 voodoo power, and plus 1 up to normal cap. Yeah, hook me up, dude. That's awesome. MMA training. Well, I guess the Gobbies aren't... Oh, not the Gobbies. The gnomes aren't doing anything and don't have names yet, so, get them brawling. Gladiatorial training. Kodal can qualify for it, and it doesn't really do that much to benefit them, so no. Gun kata. Eh. Oh, true. True, but judicial education is unique to our gnomes, and we're gonna want that, because that's good shit. Right, so what am I after? Robbery. Get Oak on that. Judicial is only for heroes, ogres, or gnomes. You also need lawyer, murderer, and nurse at level 3. Lawyer is capturing bandits alive. Let's see, Oak. Bring on Dragon House and Bobo for close range combat. Despite it being a B rank, this isn't really all that scary, so to speak. We just walk in there with a few dudes and we'll be fine. Like, 4 is enough. It's not a lot going on in there. Goblins can use magic. Goblins aren't very good at it. I need something that sounds remotely Payday. This works. It is negative strength. Every level is just -1 strength, unfortunately. But it is good for your ability to use magic, so it's not a strict downside. But for us, Lawyer can be very bad. Yeah, so you lose 1 HP and Strength per level, but you gain +1 reaction and Voodoo skill per level. Yeah, the problem is that goblins are okay at magic, but they just don't have the raw potential. Gnomes have the raw potential, but they don't really give a damn. And they just kind of faff about, and thus they will never ever really get to use their skills to their maximum. What brings up the menu here? I don't know what brings up the menu. I just know that my mouse is double clicking a lot, so it may be delay clicking some certain things. Right, no one's being a little gremlin down there. Rip and tear, boys. Now, if you force it long enough, arguably you could have a gnome who actually is very powerful. Oh no, you can have, it is easier to bring up the skill of the power of the goblin than it is to try and bring up the skill of the gnome. Because quite a few outfits in the Lochnar not the Pantheon, wardrobe jack up their power by about like 10. So it's not unreasonable for a Loch to actually get temporary power boosts, but they need a lot of dedication if they're going to be any good with wizardry. And they need to use every method they have available to them to make it work. But they can. Ow. Shit. Thankfully, those shields did their job beautifully. Building's clear. Lol, gas mine. this point, it's up to Oak to do their job. There might be someone who's still wandering outside, so I should probably peek that while I'm doing my thing. Like any kind of voodoo technology, it really is dependent on the right hand for the right job. Hey, he's on the roof. Oh, that's to even just get in. Okay, yeah, no. Then we shouldn't be super worried about where... we shouldn't be super worried about the vault at this point. Good to know that the drill can power through the front door, so I don't have to do the side door thing. This is good to know. We're good here. Pack it in, let's go. Zombie juice, coconuts for some fucking reason. Wand of firebolts. Street Fighter, Bobo to the 5th, Dragon House to the 6th. Angel of Death, Dragon House to the 3rd. Fencer, Bobo to the 6th. Gal of Steel, Bobo to the 3rd. Traditional, Dragon House to the 4th. Bane of the Traders Guild, Bobo to the 1st. Slasher, Bobo to the 3rd. Slave Witch. One of the rarest kinds of slaves are enemy mages. They have to be kept under constant surveillance, but can greatly contribute to our economy with some of their powers. When equipped with expensive prisoner-grade psionic gear we get from the smugglers, letting them wear anything else is just too dangerous, and they don't deserve it anyway, considering the pain they were in combat. Helium Mini-Bomb. A relatively powerful mini-bomb, filled with helium explosive. The Wheel of Pain. Cunning wins over brutal. Immovable wins over cunning. Flexible wins over immovable. Brutal wins over flexible. Do I feel like that? Nah. It's a quiet month. The Curse of the Dollaro. We lost $1 million. Code breaking. Many of the advanced weapons and other stuff we find is protected by annoying personal locks, based on various genetic encryption algorithms the Academy Medic was so kind to inform us about. Now we can breed savage viruses to spectacularly tear through these encryptions, allowing us to pirate these artifacts. Dream Echo. These floating lights can be found throughout the Shadow Realm. When touched, they bestow blurry, dreamlike, fragmentary visions. These visions, however, may contain useful knowledge for someone versed in hyperwave mysticism. Analysis and interpretation of these echoes will give us random insights into the Shadow Realm. Shadowlens damage. When fighting in the Shadow Realms, there are few things to remember. Warp damage, highly resisted by all true Shadow Realm creatures. Mind damage, highly resisted by some Shadow Realms creatures, but highly effective against others. Note that there's no bleeding damage, fatal wounds in the Shadow Realms. I need to find the... Why do you get Abyss? You just gotta keep milling through those. Got it. Do I want to keep milling? I mean, I can, but without further knowledge... Yeah, I think I just have to wait until I get more, so you know what? I'll just sit on that for the time being. Knock out more of my researches and whatnot. Get these people out of my bay! Beach sweep, I'm good. 54. Never do it alone. A pair is much better. 4 makes a party. Myths, the second snake. One day, the Sun Conqueror decided to invade the land of the Snake Queen. Always hungry for battle, he had no fear of demon goddesses, as conquest was his birthright, received from the sun. The queen sent forth Naga, one of her 2 great snakes. A fierce battle ensued, but the snake was no match for the conqueror's might. But what of the second snake? He proceeded cautiously, wary to protect his back, and in the meantime Naga regenerated her wounds and he had to fight her again. This repeated many times, and the conqueror felt tired, while gaining no ground, so he decided to risk everything on a bold move. He invoked every ounce of his solar power left in him, and became a bolt of dazzling energy which pierced through Naga and the walls of the queen's fortress. He was wary, but now he had the queen within his arm's reach. "Before I strike you down," he said, "tell me, where were you hiding your second snake?" The queen smiled like a predator who has cornered her prey. "The second snake is me." Spectre Demon. Spectres are nigh invisible, especially in the dark. Be careful for these jaws. When killed, the specters turn into normal pinky demons. Looks like the invisibility comes from their magic. Our standing with the Alliance and other customers, which caused an increase of trade between these factions as well, has allowed us to advance to a point where we can commission master-crafted weapon parts from the Alliance. This costs us 350 bounty tokens apiece. The Invisible Templar. The Narlock Guardian God, one of the 8 celestial spirits of the Narlock Pantheon. A powerful and wise ruler, he is always where his help is needed, and always elusive of those who want to destroy him. He calls for piety above all. His vice is fanaticism. Bully the government to tell me things. Vampire Gal. Damn. That's kind of a waste of a tome, honestly. White Rabbits. They're said to control time, so a nice hot bath never needs to stop. Lamia. dumb, strong, and bad-tempered. These savages are tolerated by other mutants only because they can be convinced to participate in the hardest manual labor. Lamias have few material needs, but most of them prefer working over hunting to fill their ever-hungry bellies. They're also very resistant to heat and toxin, which is an added advantage inherited from snake men. Lamias have a vicious bite, and some of them can even spit acid. Bounty Hunt. Hell Cruise. We already did this once. I'm not desperate for the points. Diplomacy gives us points. A freighter. Those are fun. This one should be pretty easy, honestly. I know you've been asking all day, so there you go. And then we are going to do a new dry run, or rather, new equipment for you. Behold a super shotgun. It holds 18 in the tube. So, pretty reasonably speaking, you should be able to, like, go an entire combat with that. Go get them. Have you ever seen a shotgun that could snipe? No? Now you have. The super shotgun is really as it's described. It's awesome. Big fan myself. Despite the fact he has a shotgun, you'll be fine. But yeah, it's capable of auto fire. It will ruin anything it looks at. As far as I'm aware of, it's like a 37, right? 36. 36 times 7 is a good starting point, by the way. It can take HVAP, which is hilarious. Ah, damn it. Haven, we need them alive. Calm yourself, sir. Oh, that's power armor. This is looking like a gold freighter, actually. Oh. Yeah, it's 100% a gold transport. Okay, he gave up. And the mission's done. A lot of gold bars with that. And more hostages I don't have room for. Oh, god damn it. Double-clicking mouse. Oh my god, it's him. It is him. I am him. The exterminators are highly paid professionals, working for governments to take care of various pest infestations, like deep ones, zombies, or chrysalids. Least hassle for the governments that way, so what makes this case special? The exterminator in question is a pesky bastard who bought a premium life insurance plan from us. Hence, his death would make us very sad, and we would be very grateful if you went there and make sure that didn't happen. John XPiratez decided to come out to play, which also means I am going to get a few additional forces to make sure that friendlies don't end up dead. He is fighting deep ones. You are loaded up with cracks, so that isn't gonna work super hot. Lobsters are decently weak to electric, but that's also a very thick plate. We've been spotted. Sniper's not in a safe spot. Alright, what's he loaded with preemptively? He is preemptively loaded with cry gas. There are also berserkers fucking everywhere. Didn't need to be accurate. We will need to exercise tactics to survive this situation. Let her rip. Because they do have a very specifically anti-armor unit on the field. You are loaded with EP. Yeah, at the... No, not even at the absolute best. You'll have to take a flank shot if you ever want to hurt with the EPs. Our boy is taking damage, but that's fine. It's all lobsters. It's all lobsters. It's all fucking lobsters. That really sucks for everyone else who isn't equipped with a melee weapon, because it's all lobsters. Lining up the shot. And we got him, boys. VIP saved. Cry gas secured. War crime rounds are ready. Bombard shells on the way. Scourge of South America, Dictator to the First, Ice Cold Killer, Stefan to the Sixth, Best Kind of Friend, Stefan to the Third, Fencer, Stefan to the Seventh, Master of the Battle Rifle, Kirchan to the Seventh. The Machine Mother, benevolent machine goddess, one of the 8 celestial spirits of the Narlock pantheon, the one who feeds, heats, and provides. She is the matron of builders and mechanics, clerks and officers. She doesn't, however, tolerate any discord. She demands only courage in her worshippers, to stand up against common enemies and not fear her embrace. Her vice is motherly wrath. Yeah, because locks aren't mutant creatures. They actually have relations with the Yig down below, I believe. Or are they... I'm not sure if they're Yig, but they're the lizard men. Time to cook. ENV14B8. The clean and cheap Halirium technology humans receive from the star gods remove industrial pollution completely around 2100 with the advent of large-scale Halirium mining by the Guild. However, this didn't stop the climate catastrophe caused by the earlier short-sightedness. By now, these anomalies have abated considerably from the worst period of 2100 to 2200, the Century of Storms. That's a provincial government, we let it go. Recent polls show that only 20% of the population follows the cause of Cyrus, while almost thrice as much follows various denominations of the Eris cult, like the reverence of the demon gods. Remember kids, Eris doesn't want your prayers or wallets, she only wants more discord. All hail Eris, all hail Discordia. Yup, known as Shog. Reign and rule. Got some stalkers. Halirium grenade. These nuclear grenades were secured by a simple electronic lock. By employing a slave AI, we were able to break the code quite easily, and now we can use these grenades at will. They pack quite a punch for their small size. Actually not super important to us right now. Notes. Stocky. Get out of here, Stocky. Because that's funny to say. Lobster. Brute. Most brutes, despite being hulking monsters, are quite docile, which makes them popular in any mutant community. They're valued as workers, farmers, and even artisans and leaders. Anything that doesn't require too much science, as they're not gifted in that area to say the least. All brutes are very tough and especially resistant to daze and piercing damage, but vulnerable to bio. Only fools rush in. Always check your surroundings and avoid disembarking on turn 1. Ha ha. Sometimes that's not the correct thing to do. Finished all of our industrial projects this month. And we managed to make it through the second month. Bang! There we go. We didn't do too much this month, but we still got plenty of rating. Happy birthday to Dosh, Gentlefood, Kirchan, Claytor, and Tallow for 2 years of service. Bobo for a full year of service. And that is where I'm hanging up the hat for the time being. Now, if we have any last-minute names that want to get in, now is the time to do so. Otherwise... I will... honestly kick it down to Spinny. Haven't done that in a minute. They're also doing XPiratez, so it's in the theme. But yes, going once for names. I've got me gnomes and I've got me locks. I got the options. But yeah, getting cultural trainings are good. I'm considering starting to get stasis pods assigned to people, just to make sure we have these as emergency options. It probably wouldn't be a bad idea to just get everyone in a pod nowadays. E-Star can be nepped, but I don't want to nep if I can avoid it, because nep hurts us a lot more than it helps us. But yes, going once. Going twice. Speak your piece, or hold it back until the next Friday. The stasis pod is an alternative to resurrection. It will put the character in an effective limbo unless we Silvalinga them, but it means that at some stat penalty, we can eventually just resurrect them freely using the Sleeping Beauty project. But until we have nanosurgery, I believe, it ain't gonna work. Or rather, you'll essentially be in stasis until you get advanced medical technologies. But it sounds like I am hanging up the hat. Thank you for coming on down, Brass, and I hope you had a good night as well. But boy, it does need an intact body. You can't really bring back... You can't bring back liquid, so to speak. If there ain't anything to operate on, you can't do surgery. Just doesn't happen. But yes, thank you for coming on down. Have a good evening and have yourselves a good night. Ba-ba-da-boy, ba-boy, ba-boy. Click.